Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check, sound check, 1, 2, 3.
The meeting is live. Welcome to the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee meeting for April 6, 2023. We have quorum. I'd like to call the meeting to order. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. I'll remind people that also includes loud vibrations. So if you could even turn those off, that'd be helpful. This can be distracting. Please note, again, sorry that quorum is present. We're going to move to our first item of the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda, item number 2. Clerk Bates, are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, Chair Kretsch, there are several changes to the agenda. We have one new communication items under item 5, 5.2, Sanjita Harris, respecting restructuring the Board of Health. The recommendation is that it be received and referred to item 9 of the Governance Review Subcommittee Report 23001 from March 27th, 2023. That is item 10.4 on today's agenda. We have one added delegation request, item 6.1 from Mark A. McNeil from the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities respecting the motion to reorganize the Board of Health for today's meeting. However, Mr. McNeil has subsequently withdrawn his delegation request. We have several new discussion items under item 10, 10.3, HMRF, HWRF Pension Administration Subcommittee Report 23001 from March 30th, 2023. We have item 10.4, Governance Review Subcommittee Report 23001 from March 27th, 2023. Item 10.4A, a revised Appendix C to report FCS 23034, which is an item on the Governance Review Subcommittee report, and that revised Appendix C was requested by the committee. We have item 10.5, Grant Subcommittee Report 23001 from March 31st, 2023. We have one added motion on the agenda, item 11.1, Fair Wage Policy Review, and that motion should have been added to the original agenda, but it was inadvertently missed, which is why it's added now and not a notice of motion, so it's not a notice of motion. We have item 13 under general information and other business, 2 added items. 13.1, amendments to the outstanding business list. A, items considered completed and to be removed. There are 2 such items. A, use of external services for tax assessment and appeals, which is item 21Q on the OBL and was addressed as item 10.1 on the March 23rd, 2023 agenda of this committee. And B, delegated authority to staff relating to water service line leaks. It is item 23A on the OBL and is being addressed as item 10.2 on today's agenda. And finally, we have one added private and confidential item under item 14. Item 14.2, committee report referral, FCS 23051.
Thank you. That is so many changes to the agenda. Appreciate that. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Taddison, and we'll have an electronic vote. And that motion is carried. Before we get to declarations of interest, just quickly, saying who's in the room here today. Ward 1 Councillor Maureen Wilson, Ward 13 Councillor Alex Wilson, Ward 11 Councillor Mark Taddison, myself, Ward 4 Councillor Tammy Huang, Ward 9 Councillor Brad Clark, Ward 10 Councillor Jeff Peaty. And joining us remotely, Ward 14 Councillor Mike Spatafor. Welcome to the committee, Mike. It's your first meeting. Hi. And on the bench. On the bench, we have Auditor General Charles Brown, Director Shelley Hesmer, Director Brian McMullen, General Manager Mike Zagaric, City Manager Jeanette Smith, Medical Officer of Health Dr. Richardson, and Executive Director of Human Resources Laura Fontana. On that, we're on to item 3, declarations of interest. Does anybody have any declarations of interest to declare? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which is the approval of minutes from our previous meeting. So that's from March 23rd, 2023. It's item 4.1. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the minutes of that meeting? See Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Is there any discussion on the approval of the minutes from our previous meeting? Seeing none, please indicate your vote now. Councillor Clark, are the robots working for you? No. Councillor Clark's in favor. And that motion carries, and we're on to communication items. We have 2 communication items today. I may have a mover and a seconder to approve the communication items 5.1 and 5.2 as presented. Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Mike Spatafora. Are there any discussions on these communication items? And if you could indicate the communication item, I'll go to Councillor Maureen Wilson first, then Councillor Tammy Huang. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair Kretsch. Just again, I'm looking for confirmation publicly that when we receive a letter of resignation, that we in turn issue a letter of thanks for their service. Please and thank you.
Not sure who that's directed to, but I think we're doing that.
That is not our current practice, no. It would be up to the staff liaison to do that if council directs them to do that.
Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. So that's my fault. I thought I received an acknowledgement in the past that it was our current practice. So I would like to put forward a motion that it not be dependent on staff liaison because they have a lot going on, that we in fact just make it our current practice corporately. Thank you.
It would, the letter, through the chair to Councillor Wilson, the letter would be written by the staff liaison regardless of, the staff direction would be that the staff liaison would be writing the letter of thanks for the particular committee.
Sorry, I'm going to have a drink of coffee. And then I'm going to seek confirmation. We don't, through the chair, we don't presently, it is not our practice, but if we wanted to make it our practice, it would be something initiated by the staff liaison.
No, the person who would, council would direct staff to do it, and the staff member who would do it would be the staff liaison for the particular committee, through the chair.
Thanks. Just one moment. General Manager Mike Zagarek would like to weigh in on the fund. General Manager Mike Zagarek.
Yeah. So through the chair, General Manager Mike GM Finance Corporate Services. Apologize. It was late night last night and early morning today.
Yeah.
Rather than committee doing staff work, the direction is that staff coordinate a written thank you notice to all citizens participating subcommittees or advisory committees, and we'll take that work away and we'll figure out the coordination of that. And again, apologize for stumbling through my introduction of my name and title.
It's okay. We appreciate it. Thanks so much,
No,
James
thank
Zagarek.
you.
I think a motion is still required. Regardless, we should have a motion on the record. I'm always a fan of that. Did you want to move that? Would somebody second? Councillor Maureen, I see Councillor Huang just beat Councillor Taddison to that race by just a millisecond. Seconded. Could we have a moment, though, so the clerk can weigh in on that?
Pardon me, I just missed the move by Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, and seconded by Councillor
Seconded by Councillor Huang, yes.
Okay, and so that would be a motion to, going forward, direct staff to write letters of thanks for committees for their service for volunteer members of advisory committees, to thank them for their service.
Either when they resign or when their terms are over, I would add, because both things can happen. Seems okay. We will wait until we're so told that you're good to go, and then we'll have an electronic vote on that. The vote is up. Not a close call. That carried 8-0. Thank you so much for that, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Huang, you had something you wanted to say about a communication item. Which one?
I'd like to speak to 5.1.
Okay, go for it.
I'm mindful that this is the second resignation we've seen in a very few amount of weeks from the Women and Gender Equity Committee. So I just wanted to speak that I think that there is something, we need to raise a red flag on this when we start to see volunteers that are dropping off. Now, in this instance, Ms. Platt has actually moved out of the city, and that is one of, obviously, that makes a lot of sense, but I'm just mindful that the Women and Gender Equity Committee has been losing significant amount of membership. So I'd like to really raise a red flag on that one. And I'd like to, at some point, take a closer look at how our advisory committees will be structured moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much, Councillor Huang. Anybody else on 5.1? Seeing no one else on 5.1, I'll add a couple comments. Just following on what Councillor Huang had said, my experience with this when I was the chair of the LGBTQ Advisory Committee was it's not very easy to add people midstream when they go away. It requires it's a bit arduous in terms of the way that the structure works to ask for that, and then to get people appointed. I know that we'd set up kind of a pool system for the LGBTQ Advisory Committee because we'd had resignations and wanted to fill those quickly. And we also moved it from 9 members to 15 members. So we had a kind of an instantiated process for how to do that. I'm not sure how far and wide that process is spread, but it might be worthwhile for anyone listening, maybe Director Stahl, to just reach out to the Women and Gender Equity Committee and let them know that, you know, they can request. I know we're having an advisory committee reboot coming up anyways in a very short period of time. I get that. But they can request to have their members replaced, even if it's just one person. We did it at the LGBTQ Advisory Committee. There's a process for it. Again, I'm not saying they should do that now. I'm just saying, like, people should know that that's a thing they can do. I didn't know how to do that. I learned. So just offering that piece of thought. Okay, I'll take the chair back and not see anybody else. Anyone on 5.2? Going once? Okay, so we're going to then have the vote to receive these items and refer them as noted. And the vote is up. And that vote carries. We were to have a delegation, but that delegation was withdrawn. For anyone who's following along at home with maybe a different version of the agenda, I want to let you know we're going to be sliding right past that to staff presentations. And staff presentation 8.1, Accessible Transit Services, DART's Fleet Management and Vehicle Safety Audit Report, 50695, Management Action Plans, and that's Audit Report AUD 22007A. And this presentation will be delivered by our Auditor General, Charles Brown. And Charles Brown is already at the podium. And I will ask Charles to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Chair Kretsch. Through you, I'd like to provide some background as to why we're here. The DART's vehicle audit actually took place in the summer of 2022, and it was presented to AFNA on September the 8th. This was a spontaneous audit, meaning it was launched as a result of a whistleblower complaint from a member of the public. Because the issues of DARTs were matters of high public interest and needed to be brought forward on a timely basis, and because there were an extensive set of recommendations, some 73 to be exact, we decided to table the report and have management provide one overall response to the report, which would then allow time for more fulsome responses to be developed and tabled later. So the purpose of this meeting is to present those detailed responses. Since some of you did not participate in the original tabling of the audit, we thought it might be of some benefit to review the major findings in the audit report so as to give you some context for the presentation of the responses by management. The objective of the DARTS audit was to review and assess the adequacy of maintenance and inspection processes of DARTS and its 3 subcontractors. And the way fleet is structured is that DARTS supplies and maintains some of the vehicles, but the balance of the fleet is supplied and maintained by 3 subcontractors under a contractual agreement with DARTS. To evaluate the effectiveness of their maintenance and inspection, we hired an external party, an expert, a firm called Fleet Challenge Canada. They did a complete review of the processes at DARTS and at the subcontractors that were maintaining fleet. But the very first thing they did, the first week of the review, was to independently and randomly sample vehicles that were in service. And when I say sample, on a short notice basis, we would deliver, here's the vehicles we want tomorrow. They're expected to show up at the inspection station that's run by Fleet Challenge. For that first week sample of some 39 vehicles, the results were poor. The level of failure was exceptionally high at 46%. And because of that, a decision was made to inspect the remainder of the fleet. In other words, all vehicles that were placed in service would be inspected. Further to that, we reported these results to Council, and Council directed that no vehicle could be placed into service until it passed one of our independent inspections. In the end, 202 inspections took place.
Sorry to interrupt you, Auditor General. Could you move your microphone down a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Does that work better?
That's better. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
In the end, 202 inspections took place, and that includes some re-inspections, all of which were carried out over 10 weeks. So over these 10 weeks of inspection, the results remained disappointing, and they're listed here. A 30% failure rate for inspections of the whole fleet, including the percentage of fails on re-inspection. So it was disappointing because we felt that after the first couple of weeks there had already been considerable time and opportunity within which DARTS could have checked and prepared their vehicles for the inspection requirements, and we certainly became aware that they were doing that. But nonetheless, this is the failure rate that we had. As to what a failure means, a failed inspection can occur for technical reasons, but also for critical items of safety, of which there were many. So technical reasons might be worn wiper blades or tail light out or something like that. But we found many defects with brakes, tires, exhaust systems, steering and suspension systems. They're all cited in the Fleet Management Fleet Challenge report. Fleet Challenge also made particular note of an issue that they referred to as, quote, a singular matter of urgency, which was a reference to finding incidents of defective emergency brakes. We also analyzed the results to see what the failure rate was on first inspection. And the reason for that is that we believe a desirable goal for failure rates ultimately is that first inspection failure rates should be low to negligible in numbers to have the utmost confidence in safety. And this shows the first inspection rates, which were 32% overall, and which varied by subcontractor and fleet manager. The conclusion we reached was that subcontractors were seemingly incapable of maintaining their fleets to the standards of safety required. In addition to conducting inspections on vehicles, Fleet Challenge analyzed maintenance records, performed site visits, interviewed staff, and conducted walkthrough studies of the maintenance processes to look for gaps and assess improvement opportunities. The result was an extensive report on operational issues facing DARTS and its subcontractors, and various improvements being recommended for the contract itself and for contract monitoring by the city. They concluded with findings related to inspection processes, quality assurance, safety awareness and training, staff qualifications, data management, insurance requirements, oversight, and technical standards. All in all, Fleet Challenge made 64 recommendations for improvement. At the same time Fleet Challenge was performing its technical review, staff from my office were conducting additional procedures on the contract and subcontractor arrangements, the oversight of DARTS by the city's transit division, the relationships between the various parties, and the compliance of DARTS with city direction. We ended up with some additional findings, and we found, for example, that one of the subcontractors, the garage that they used to certify vehicles was actually a related party through ownership and therefore not independent. We found that the principal of one of the subs had faced charges related to fraudulent insurance and safety certificates, and recall that Council had directed that every vehicle had to pass the audit inspection process before it could go into service. We found after that that there were 42 instances of non-compliance with that direction, as well as cases where the passenger runs had vehicles we actually couldn't identify. We observed that transit oversight of DARTS was limited. For instance, they were not in the they did not have the practice of conducting any regular, independent, unannounced checks of vehicle fitness. Transit oversight was also limited by its not having access to the full functionality of Trapeze, which is the name for the software used for fleet management. Finally, there was no contingency plan for the city in the event that DARTS is seriously in default of the contract with the city, and those observations led to a further 9 recommendations for improvement. So the total number of recommendations made was 73. Our office has received and reviewed the management responses. Management has agreed with 70 and agreed in part with 3 of the recommendations, and their actions are detailed in the responses. We find the responses adequate and request that Public Works be directed back to AFNA certainly by October to provide a status update. And with that, I will answer any questions you may have before I turn it over to Transit for their responses.
Okay, I'm going to look at the speakers list to see who has questions for the Auditor General on his presentation specifically, and Councillor Quang.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Auditor General. Could you list a little bit of the 3 recommendations that were agreed in part? I tried looking through all 73 of them. It was hard to kind of see.
Sure, it's 15 and 30 and 36.
15.
Now, 15 has to do with the recommendation to maintain certain records in an electronic format. That's not practical. You can read the response. They have in the alternative beefed up, I believe, and I can get them to speak to this, obviously, but that's my understanding. 30 has to do with having the garages at DARTS become an MVIS station, and that's That's something that Fleet Challenge actually recommended, maybe as a long-term consideration. It would be rather risky to be providing safety certificates for us to rely on that. And Fleet Challenge acknowledges that. And 36 has to do with the structural changes that were made, organizational changes that were recommended.
Okay.
So I don't know if the Fleet people want to address those particular three.
Are those in the report? Should we deal with that when the report's on the floor, or you could deal with that now? If there's Fleet people. Calling Fleet people? If there are no Fleet people, it's okay.
Is
There's
Transit?
General Manager Carlisle
Oh,
Can
there's
has
Maureen.
appeared.
Yeah, okay.
General Manager Can, if you'd like to respond on behalf of Fleet people, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair. Carlisle Can, General Manager, Public Works, Transit, and HSR. Joining me today is Maureen Cousin-Heath and Michelle Martin. They are the director and the manager respective for this contract. We have worked with not only with the Office of the Auditor General, but also with the audit. Sorry, let me correct that. We have worked with the Office of the City Auditor and also with this contractor DARTS with regards to the management response. The limitation of these three are really on the part of the contractor, and Maureen and her team were working on looking at the current contract, how we can improve it, how we can write certain parts of it, and then we're going to bring forward, I guess, our strategies as we move forward. Specifically to the three, I'm going to just pass it over to Maureen, and she can maybe just walk through those three, and here's what the details behind it.
Certainly, Maureen Cousin-Heath, Director of Transit. I'm just going to pop over to my screen to refer to my notes on the three specific recommendations that we agreed with in part. So recommendation 15 was electronic pre-trip records inspections. So first of all, it's important to note that the fleet is managed by DARTS and their subcontractors. It is not directly managed by ATS in the transit division. There are limited protocols and products available in the marketplace for electronic pre-trips, and as such, that is not something that DARTS has chosen to pursue right now. However, the actions that have been taken is that they have revamped their pre-trip inspection records. We have used our own fleet manager at Transit to check it to make sure that it meets expected standards, etc. So they have made significant progress in that, but the recommendation to migrate to electronic pre-trip inspection records is not being pursued at this time. On recommendation number 30, that is that DARTS should consider reapplying to become a motor vehicle inspection station. That is not attainable at this time as they are a tenant in a city-operated facility, and they do not have the appropriate leasehold to occupy to become an MVIS under the MTO. And the next recommendation that was agreed in part is recommendation 36, and that was for DARTS to consider a hybrid business model where they would provide and maintain the vehicles, and the drivers would be managed by a contractor driver pool service provider. And DARTS's response was that at their current location, they can't accommodate housing and maintaining all of the vehicles that would be required to do something like that. That would be a substantive change in their current business operations. So those are the three responses in the management response that were agreed to in part as opposed to agreed to wholly.
Sorry, just to interrupt briefly, Director Cousin-Heath, you said that the facility could not be an MVIS under the MTO. Could you just maybe expand those acronyms so everybody listening can understand what you mean by that?
Certainly, Ministry of Transportation and Motor Vehicle Inspection Station.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Huang.
Thank you. Thank you for that very fulsome answer. I think I'd like to switch tacks a little bit and speak about escalation, complaints and escalation. I did see inside of the report that there are recommendations on drivers providing or contractors providing complaints, and that there was a singular separate person that may be appointed. But what is the potential escalation today of if a customer or a client from of DARTS wants to file a complaint, and how does that move through the sort of the escalation protocol?
Through the chair, happy to answer that question for the councillor. The normal reporting process for complaints remains unchanged. It's the same that somebody would take on our conventional transit network or our accessible transportation services. They would contact the ATS division to file their complaint. A frontline customer care representative takes the details depending on the nature of the concern. It is escalated up through the supervisor of ATS and or the manager of ATS. We also receive complaints, of course, through councillor offices, and occasionally we have members of committee who reach out to the management team directly.
Thank you for that, Director. Through you, Chair, to the Auditor General, did you find that escalation protocol was sufficient, and is there any additional or other recommendations that you think we should be considering?
That's something that we would consider when we do a review and we do a follow-up audit. And on this one, I think it's important enough that we do a follow-up audit. So when they're significantly advanced in their management action plans, we'll go back and do that, and we'll test that theory out.
Okay.
Just an additional point on the 3 in part. Just so that AFNA members know that those particular 3 are efficiency recommendations. They're not safety related, so to speak. So that's the reason that we were comfortable in considering them adequate responses.
Okay. Thank you. My last question through you, Chair, is when we are moving forward with this, what is the sort of timing on this? Because I know that we have given ATS and the team some time to actually implement some of these recommendations, but I also know that there are several contracts that are outstanding currently. So are we signing contracts first, or are we signing after they've done these recommendations? What's that sort of cadence in terms of what is the protocol moving forward?
Through the chair, as it stands right now, DARTS is the sole vendor to the City of Hamilton. So we have a contract with DARTS. It is expired, and as the agreement permits for, we have been working on a month-to-month relationship continuance. The Office of the City Auditor's report highlighted a significant number of deficiencies in the existing contract, which is years old. And there are items which we believe can reasonably be handled through amendments. But the broader strategy of really starting new contract will take a period of time to accomplish. The subcontractor contracts are the purview of DARTS down to their subs, although, as noted in the Office of the City Auditor's report, there are recommendations of language that should be consistent through the city's contract with DARTS and down into the subcontractor contracts as well. One of the matters is right now we have a sole supplier, and that is DARTS. They are our only provider of accessible transportation services. And so when there are service faults with that contractor, we do not have a robust contingency plan where we can provide additional support and reprieve to the people in our community who rely on the services. And that actually is also highlighted on the report, or in the report. So one of the things that we need to do is consider mitigation strategies and perhaps look at having a more robust network of providers instead of just a single source.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Supplemental to that then, through you, Chair, to, I think GM Can also wants to respond too.
General Manager Can?
Through the chair to the councillor, thank you for that, Chair Kretsch. Maureen and I and the team, we are working on developing a longer term vision of where we're going to go in terms of service delivery with regards to ATU. What's key there is, as Maureen said, the contract, we've had a single source provider for 20 plus years. The contract is now month to month. And we need to make sure that we take these recommendations within the audit, build upon them, and look for successes. As we build these successes, I think the current contractor would be in a better position to respond to a contract, and on the staff side, it would be easier to administer. So part of what we're doing is building out a strategy for the longer term. We're looking at the re-envision, the redesign of the network. We're looking at things like, does it make sense to have one contractor? And as Maureen elaborated there, we have a sole contractor. So does it make sense to divide it? Does it make sense to bring some of the work in-house? And what pieces of the work do we bring in-house? So as we work through, I guess, over the next few months, we're going to start looking at those things and asking those questions. And in my mind, ultimately, we're delivering a service to the public, and wherever we can drive out value, but also ensure that those that rely on accessible transportation have access to that service and it's affordable, then we're going to do everything possible to move it in that direction.
Thank you, GM Can. Chair, I'm mindful that this is, we've put all of our eggs in the one basket, and the challenge here is that with so many audit or general recommendations that I'm struggling to understand how we're going to accomplish all of these recommendation responses, as well as trying to facilitate a new contract between ATS and DARTS. So I'd just like to make that comment that it just feels like we may need to explore additional options just so that we can serve the community better.
Thanks, and I'm giving a bit of latitude today because I think there's this is all kind of together in one big nest. I know that the auditor had referred to other folks to speak, so letting that go on. So if we have questions for the presenter, and if those questions also involve other staff, we might as well just do that all at once in this case. It seems like there's a bit of expertise required to respond to some of these things. Next on the list is Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and I appreciate the latitude. I have questions that may sound more technical, and if I stray off the path, please pull me back to the path. AG Brown, the initial inspections on page 3 showed a 46% fail rate, and then when we go to page 5, we talk about total inspections. And it gives a breakdown of the DARTS-owned vehicles versus the subcontractor vehicles. And I'm just trying to compare and contrast page 3 to page 5. We have the breakdown of DARTS-owned vehicles versus subcontractors, but I'm curious about the initial inspections with the 46% fail rate, if there were breakdowns available for those initial inspections that showed DARTS-owned vehicles versus subcontractors.
So through the chair, if you go to, well, on page 3, as you say, it's 46%. If you go to page 4, the 46% you can see there is week 1. And then as that progressed, you can see what the failure rates in the following weeks were, and the overall failure rate was 30%. The thing about this chart, though, is it includes re-inspections. There were a number of times, there were some vehicles that were re-inspected that failed us on the second try and failed on the third try. So that was rather a surprise. You would typically think that they would just go away, fix it, and come back and get it recertified, which would tend to bring the average up, which it did a little bit, but there were still numerous re-inspections because we ended up doing 202 inspections and the fleet's only roughly 150. So what you're seeing, though, on page 5 is different. We wanted to look at the first inspection failure rate because that's the ideal, I think. The goal is on first inspection, you should find only trivial or negligible things wrong. So we thought that was an important presentation to make, so there are some differences between the other information and this. And as you can see, well, they were disappointing for all the fleet managers for all 4, but obviously there was considerable difference between DARTS and the other one, City Marvel, at 47%. But the average of all those, weighted on the basis of how many vehicles, is overall 32%. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Beattie?
Through you, Chair, sort of. I'm just trying to tease out a little more granular detail on the DART zone vehicles versus the subcontractor vehicles in all levels of inspection. And I think on page 5, that's like an aggregated result. And I'm trying to understand in those initial inspections on page 3 with an overall failure rate of 46, how the breakdown between the DART zone vehicles versus the subcontractor vehicles looks.
Right. I think that's in the report, but I don't have it right handy. I can answer that maybe later. But we did pick from all. As I said, we did 39 vehicles that first week. The idea was to do 8 vehicles a day. There was one that didn't show up, so we ended up with 39 vehicles. But we did pick randomly from all. So we included a sample from DARTs, and we included samples from the other subcontractors as well. I just don't have the information available to say what the percentage was DARTs versus the others, unless my staff in the background can look that up.
I did see Bridget briefly appear and then disappear. So if Bridget, if you have that information, otherwise we could wait till the report and get that answer. So I'll just pause.
Through the chair, Bridget Menard, Deputy Auditor General. I am just looking through the report in the original Appendix B to report AUD 22017. There is a hyperlink in our report that is on today's agenda. I am going to look through and find that. I do believe it was a mixture of DARTs vehicles and subcontractors within that first week, but I am just looking to confirm those particulars for you.
Did you have other questions, Councillor Beattie?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
carry on.
my theme, Chair, is I'm just trying to tease out, on page 5, it does look like the DART zone vehicles are marginally better in their upkeep. The failure rate on the contractor vehicles seems to be marginally, and in some cases substantially worse. And I'm just trying to see if there was an overall theme of the DARTs vehicles versus the subcontractors. Along that same line, I'm wondering if there is a breakdown, and maybe if Bridget's listening and if it's embedded in the report, AG Brown, a breakdown of the results by vehicle class, because I do make note that within the DARTs fleet, there's the MV, the ProMaster, and then 2 styles of minivans, and then the contractors, I understand, that they are only responsible for one particular type of vehicle, which is, I believe, the minivan. I don't think that they do any of the higher class vehicles. I'm just curious as to failure rates on the different classes, and again, if there's a trend or a theme that emerges around a vehicle, a type of vehicle that may have a higher failure rate. And then if the failure rate may be higher with a DART zone vehicle versus a contractor. Those types of themes, I'm just wondering if they're available or can be teased out.
If it's okay, then we can wait till the report itself, and then we can speak to that maybe then.
Well, certainly through you, Chair, that we do have that information in spreadsheets. I know we have the information. I can't recall if we got to that granular level in the appendices of the Fleet Challenge report or not, but we'll certainly look for it, and we can forward it to the committee for your information.
I'd appreciate that. And I guess my final question through you, Chair Crutch. We used FCC to conduct these inspections. How do their standards compare to MTO standards? Because I would understand that all of these vehicles are required to have an annual reinspection. I think there's a little orange sticker that goes on every vehicle. Maybe it's every 6 months, actually. I think they're required to go through that provincial standard. And I'm wondering how the FCC standards compare to MTO standards in that regard.
Well, that's through you, Chair, that's the standard that they used to evaluate the fleet.
So the FCC standard is the MTO standard, and
Correct.
These vehicles would be inspected every 6 months, and that little orange sticker is put on
Correct.
as a pass or fail.
Correct.
Okay, and all of these inspections took place in the midterm or some portion of in between those routine 6-month inspections.
The eligibility for inspection was that it's a vehicle that's placed in service. I mean, they had some portion of their vehicles that were already under repair. We didn't look at those until they were proposed to be placed in service. So the criteria for us in terms of selection was, is this a vehicle that's on the list in service?
And then I guess as a supplemental question, the internal inspection, it's not an internal inspection, but I guess it is an internal inspection because the providers, when they get that little orange sticker every 6 months, who is doing that assessment and providing that certification that the vehicles are safe?
Through the chair, in the normal course, outside of our specific independent exercise, they take that to a MVIS station and get it certified. That's why I mentioned in the one case they were sending it to a garage, a station that could issue the certificates that was qualified, but they owned it, so there was a bit of a conflict of interest there if you're sending it to your own station. The other garages sent them to their owned garages for maintenance, obviously, but not for inspection purposes. The sticker came from independent stations for the sticker, the actual independent check or inspection.
Okay, thank you, AG. And through the chair, and the DART zone vehicles, who puts the orange stickers on the DART zone vehicles? Is it an independent inspection station as well?
I can't recall DARTs. That I'd have to check. I think it was independent, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. No more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And the next speaker on our list is Councillor Taddison.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to look at the chart on page 4. Coming at it from a former educator's viewpoint, I'm all about continuous learning and improvement. And when I look at the initial starting point, it's abysmal, agreed. However, halfway through your study, which was a 10-week study, we have week 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 5 weeks. You only have 12 tests. 13 tests. How come, what was the reason for the reduction of, I guess, inspections at that point by FCC?
So through the chair, because of the direction that no vehicles could be placed into service until they had an inspection, there was great concern about vehicles being taken off the road because they hadn't yet been inspected. So for those first, the second week there was an issue, but by the third week, and you can see most of it happened the third week, we actually went out and got other garages, 2 more garages to provide the independent inspections that we contracted for the next couple of weeks. And then as it approached, as we did most of the fleet, you can see that the remaining number of vehicles towards the end, I mean, the last 3 weeks, there was only 6 vehicles. And week 6, there was 7. So that was because they weren't provided to us for inspection. They were being held pending, maintenance and repair that were being done. But by then, they had enough vehicles to maintain service. That's kind of how it played out.
Okay, so then, through the chair again, thank you for that answer. What I'm seeing then is, okay, can I just ask then, were there vehicles available for reinspection that were deemed not needed for reinspection? Is that what the situation was there?
Yeah.
So at the halfway point of their study, they only had 1 failure. DARTs had 1 failure after 5 weeks, is what I'm seeing.
Correct.
That isn't really accurately displayed in this chart. And I'm just wanting to point that out. We have statistics, and I just wanted to point it out that there was continuous learning and improvement. It was poor to start, which means that things needed to change. However, was there a significant improvement over? Yes. Is that correct?
Well, a lot of the ones, I take your point, except, you know, a lot of these are re-inspections. So the ones they could have failed earlier, it's, you know, overall, it's still a 30% failure rate and includes, well, if the fleet is 150 and we did 202, that's quite a few re-inspections. And we found that there were failures on re-inspection not only 2 times, but 3 inspections. After 3, it still failed. So, but by week 5, all but, you know, 13 vehicles had been reviewed, as you can see. All but 13. Now, some of those 13, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which ones had failed previously or not. But you would have, obviously, if a significant number of those 13 had already been inspected once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, I would fully expect there to be a much lower, if 0% failure rate on those ones. So I'm not sure it is misleading. It is what it is.
It is. Can I ask a further question, Chair, in regards to the singular matter of urgency?
Yes.
So that's a vehicle that we needed to take off the road right away.
Through the chair, what that's referring to is that the emergency brakes, why the consultant felt very strongly about this one, that emergency brakes, particularly in the circumstance where you have passengers that are being loaded into the vehicle, that emergency brake, if it doesn't work, the only thing you're relying on is the fact that it's in park. And he goes into great detail about describing the risk of that in a vehicle, and it'd be quite tragic if something were to occur and somebody got hurt because of the failure of the maintenance of emergency brakes.
And I'm not trying to say that anything that, bottom line, priority, safety is our first priority, of course. But you did say something along the lines that a vehicle could fail due to a worn wiper blade.
Yes, there are technical failures and what's called critical failures. So the technical failures would be something like taillights or a worn wiper blade or something like that, or not working. But there were still a significant number of critical failures included in the statistics.
Okay, point taken. Thank you. Will we have a chance to comment on this report later? I'll save some time for that. Thank you, Auditor.
And questions now from Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand the DARTS vehicles are owned by DARTS and they are their responsibility. The report speaks to subcontractors' contracts. So where there were subcontractor vehicles picking up DARTS clients, were those subcontractor vehicles licensed as cabs or taxis?
I'll let Transit answer that. Maureen, perhaps?
Director Cozen-Heath, if you're there.
Yes, through the chair, Maureen Cousin-Heath, Director of Transit. I'll call on Michelle Martin for a response to this question.
Sorry, Michelle Martin, Manager of Accessible Transportation Services. No, they are not licensed as taxis. I don't have the bylaw open in front of me regarding private transportation providers, but there's an exception for vehicles that deliver that particular type of service.
But that exception, does it address safety requirements for those vehicles?
Manager Martin?
Just speaking from what I recall through the chair of the bylaw, I don't believe it does, but I would have to go back and double check.
Councillor Clark?
That's it for now. I'll have my comments later on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. Seeing as Councillor Huang has left the room, I will just ask someone else to be the vice chair for a moment. Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. I just want to have a couple of questions. Just a moment while I return to my questions list. So in reviewing this, I gave a scan to trying to find the correlation between the work you do in the Auditor General's office with respect to the technical matters for this fleet facilities audit. Like, most of what you're talking about is quite technical, and you had outside people helping you with all those kinds of things. But did you turn your mind to talking to users of the service when you undertook this audit?
Through the chair, no. This was, as I said, this was a spontaneous audit that arose out of an allegation from a member of the public that the vehicles were unsafe. They had information that they could provide that led us to be concerned, and that's what sparked the audit. So the audit was focused on safety of the vehicles. That was its primary, and I suppose only, other than the effectiveness surrounding, the mechanisms regarding contract and contract oversight that could facilitate the safety aspect of delivery of service.
Do you feel that the users of the vehicles may have something to contribute to a discussion around whether they're safe or not?
I certainly got feedback after the report was delivered from residents and users that was rather positive and appreciative for having, and I got some what you might call war stories out of those conversations about experiences that people had with the state of, generally speaking, with the unsatisfactory state of repair of the vehicles.
Thanks, and through the chair, could you speak to whether you think those, as you called them, war stories, but stories in general from users' experiences might be helpful as part of the results of these audits? I mean, you had those conversations after the audit, which is, I suppose, helpful to you in some regard. But if we had an aggregated or anonymized inputs from the users of the service that became a part of the narrative around why this happened, the narrative around the observations that they had, what benefit do you think that would have to your overall findings, or how would that help to improve the reporting from the audit department?
I think that would be certainly a good consideration for the audit, but maybe a better consideration for having that addressed as a ongoing mechanism, to have the ability for people to, the mere fact that people had these stories and we didn't know them, I suppose is your point. Having a mechanism through which users can point to issues they have themselves with the state of repair that they're observing or the conversations that they're having with the drivers of these vehicles as they transit would be something certainly to explore, I think.
I'll leave my questions there and save the rest of those for comments. I have one other line of questioning, however, though, that I think is useful to ask about. You had reported in a previous presentation about, I think you described it as, look, we make a lot of recommendations and mostly people agree with them up to a 99% of the time, except for that 1% where there's not disagreement, there's disagreement of some kind. I noticed, and thanks to Councillor Huang for bringing this up, that there were a few things about agreeing in part, right? So people agreed in part to certain things. Could you walk me through how you understand agree in part, and disagree, and how you report that through those statistics at the end of the year, where this agree in part thing would fall in the...
So agree in part if we accept the agreement, and if we don't accept it, we would put a rebuttal to the disagreement or agree in part. So if there's an issue with, because sometimes it's a matter of practicality, or in the case of MVIS stations, which is one of the ones at issue here, it was more an efficiency suggestion, but I could understand that the risk of having, you being your own MVIS station, say you're a subcontractor and you can certify your own vehicles. I can certainly understand the degree of risk that's involved with that, given that we've already seen what we've seen in terms of the capabilities. We've already concluded that some of these contractors are seemingly, quote, seemingly incapable of maintaining their vehicles. The last thing we might want to do is have them be able to certify their own vehicles if they were an MVIS station or somehow managed to acquire one. So I certainly understand that from, and so that would be one where I wouldn't consider that a disagreement between the Auditor General and the program area, but there would be other ones, certainly marked by, if we were to put in a rebuttal of what they were saying, that would be an occasion that we would, A, want to draw attention to members of council about, and B, we would consider a statistic as non-disagreement in our statistic. Hope that answers your question.
That does answer my question. Thank you very much for the answer. I think you're saying that the 1% anomaly there is really in situations where there isn't, where there's a rebuttal and it's not taken, and I understand that, so thank you for that.
Right.
And it's okay with Chair. I'll take the chair back, and the next person on the speakers list, it turns out, is Councillor Alex Wilson. And then I see Councillor Taddison has asked to be on a second time, so.
Thank you. Just one question for me as we play musical speakers here. A lot of the conversations here, I think, have expanded the scope and have kind of been more about DART's overall operations as opposed to some of the specific safety pieces here. And just following along on that, I know there's been past audits done, there's been past work done. Thank you so much just to recognize that in this report, there are linked appendices to past reports. That's a really welcome process change. It makes it a lot easier to see what we've done before. And so that's the question, is just over the past time that you've been engaged, are there past audits that flush this out that you think that we should be looking at to inform more of a systemic review of what's going on? Are there other works or recommendations that you've made in the past relevant to this discussion?
Through the chair, if you mean this discussion, if you mean DARTs, we did a very significant audit on ATS, on the eligibility for DARTs for rides, and that was a significant report for us. And so I would recommend looking at that one. And I'm not sure, maybe my deputy city auditor, or auditor general now, can recall when that was, or when that should be coming for a refresh as well at some point in terms of an update of the status of the recommendations.
Even if there's a possibility of having the report number, that might be helpful. Then we can search that if it's possible. Do you have that, Deputy Auditor General, by chance?
Through the chair, yes, I do. So that is, yes, through the chair. So Deputy Auditor General Bridget Menard. So that is report AUD 20009. It went to Public Works Committee on December 7th, 2020.
Thank you for that. And back to you, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. And now looking ahead through you, Chair, to Auditor General Brown. What are your recommendations on a go-forward basis for what do we need to kind of inform our scope or inform our thinking? It seems like there's been an eligibility review, there's been a fleet review, there's been safety reviews. Are there other pieces, just again, if we're going to have these conversations, we're going to have a high-level conversation or a holistic conversation. Looking ahead, are there missing pieces, or do you think there's information that'd be more valuable to have in that conversation?
So some thoughts. In terms of this particular audit, as we've recommended, I think they should come back at least by October and provide an update on the status of the action plans now that they've been confirmed and accepted, presumably. in terms of the broader issues of DARTS itself and what to do, the biggest issue is contract oversight and having a contract that the city can live with. Now, that may be the subject matter. I'm still working on, as you know, the audit work plan that we'll be working on for the term of council, which will be presented here, and we can certainly have that discussion about how you would like us involved in that. But looking at the contract arrangements overall and the level of oversight is something I'd be interested in reviewing, just because it's so important. It's important from not only the safety aspect, as we've seen, but from the customer service, the delivery of service to residents and how that's working. I can see that as a potential next audit. So now we would have done eligibility, we would have done and how that's organized and overseen. We've done the safety aspect. The logical thing might be to do the customer service and the effectiveness of service delivery aspect of it.
Through you, Chair, just really appreciate the answer. I think as we're dealing with something that there's been ongoing concerns from residents about, helpful to know what we've made recommendations on before and what might be coming or what might be next as we're thinking holistically. Really appreciate that.
Thanks. And for questions on the presentation, second-time speaker, Councillor Mark Tattison.
Good day again, Auditor General. Through the chair, you stated that in your conversations here, it was a member of the public. That was the initial reason for the audit. A member of the public raised safety concerns, significant safety concerns. And I'm just curious, are you still getting that information now? Are there ongoing concerns from the public after the audit has been completed?
Through the chair, we have not received any complaints since.
Would that lead you to any conclusions?
No. I wouldn't say that I can conclude just on the basis of whether or not somebody complains, because some people have a reason to complain. I don't want to get too much into it, but they have, not everybody understands or knows the details of what is or is not a safe vehicle. You may, as a rider of a vehicle, know, and you may not know. So I don't count on the level of complaints or necessarily put stock in it. Well, the complaints have gone down, therefore it's safer. That's not in my DNA as an auditor anyways, right? We need evidence for drawing conclusions. So hope that answers your question.
It does. Is there any need to go back and do a follow-up?
Short answer is yes, and the way that should be done is, I think Transit could answer this. I think they've instituted their own spot checks, and that much is what we did. They go in without warning or with short notice. They just pull a vehicle and say, we've got to have this inspected. To me, that provides you assurance, rather than rely on, whether or not we're getting complaints in the hotline. To me, that's a more reliable way of ensuring that these vehicles are being maintained properly, but perhaps they have the transit folks can speak to that, what they're doing.
Briefly, yeah, we should move on to the acceptance of the report soon if we could. Director Cousin-Heath.
Thank you, through the chair. I think it's fair to say that while the Office of the City Auditor may not have received any formal complaints since they completed their work in the original whistleblower complaint, that does not mean that vehicle complaints has not been received by ATS, and in fact that they have. Excuse me. And the auditor is correct. We have subsequently implemented ATS doing random vehicle pulls to send out for inspections. And we have also begun a process where members of the ATS Management Committee attend DARTs and randomly audit and look at records in short order. So those protocols are in place.
And just a follow-up question to, with that, to transit. So I would assume that that's best practices, and I think that that's a good outcome of this as well. Are there any results that ATS has in their, you know, what would we say, inspections that are done on a just random basis?
Through the chair, while I don't have the stats in front of me today, I can generally say that all vehicle concerns have not resolved in entirety since the audit.
So all could be 1 out of 20. It could be 5 out of 10. Any feel for that number?
Certainly, I'll turn it to Michelle Martin to provide statistics, but at the end of the day, when we're transporting people in the vulnerable community on the vehicles, the fact that this audit has taken place and there continue to be ongoing issues with vehicle safety, the numbers are almost irrelevant to the scope of the problem. It shows that there's a habitual lack of responsiveness to making meaningful changes. Michelle?
Thank you, Maureen. And through the chair, I can let you know that since September, we have seen an average failure rate. I've got it separated out by subcontractor. I've got one subcontractor at an average of 14% and 2 other subcontractors at an average of 8% each. We've been seeing inconsistent results in our records reviews, our random spot check of vehicle records. We do pull vehicles randomly. We start with a random sample, but then we increase the number based on, you know, the information we have about the last time a vehicle was inspected internally, or possibly due to customer complaint, or, you know, what we've seen in records that we've reviewed.
And from what I heard, you said 14% one subcontractor, 8% for the other 2 contractors. What about DARTs?
DARTs has improved quite a bit. I'm just going to take a look. I don't think we've seen any failures since October for DARTs vehicles. Yeah, okay. That's correct. No failures since October.
Okay, thanks. I have no further questions. Thanks. And I just wanted to say that the data is important. We have opinions, but they're just opinions without the facts. You need the data to substantiate. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison, and second-time speaker, Councillor Beattie, on the presentation.
Very quickly, through you, Chair, to AG Brown. I'm wondering if there were comparators for other agencies that the failure rates that you've noted in your report could be measured against. For example, City Fleet, HSR, other accessible transit services in the GTHA. Are there other comparator failure rates available that these could be compared and contrasted to?
Through the chair, the comparators our consultants used were more private companies. We didn't have data for other similar fleets. Having said that, though, I think if you read the report, it becomes all too clear that this was a pretty bad situation.
And I agree. I mean, I think the results range from poor to abhorrent. I'm just wondering, for contextual purposes, just how bad is bad when we look at other agencies that are providing a different service. Was there any comparator available?
Through the chair, Deputy Auditor General Bridget Menard. So in the report, the original audit report in the Fleet Challenge Appendix, I believe they did reference a North America-wide spot inspection statistic, and the failure rate in that, I believe, was 14% to provide context. So our initial failure rate was 46% in the initial sample, which was significantly higher than that 14% that our subject matter expert provided.
Thank you. That I find actually very, very helpful. Thank you.
With that, we have no more speakers for questions to the presenters. Thank you very much, Auditor General Brown. Oh, did you want to add one last thing?
Well, I just wanted to follow up on the question of the failure rates that you're finding on an ongoing basis. So once you've set up this regime, I would just put it to you, perhaps a suggestion that that's maybe something to consider as having a performance measure for in the new contract. So I just thought I'd suggest that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. On that, we will move. We had a mover and seconder, I think, already to, oh, we didn't. So we need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. I see Councillor Beattie, and I see Councillor Spatafora as the seconder there. And we'll have that vote now. And the vote is up. And that vote carries. At this point, we'll look for someone to move and second to put the report on the floor. Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Huang. Is there discussion on the report? And I'll turn at this point to right away to Deputy Auditor General Bridget Menard, in case she possibly had an answer to Councillor Beattie's question on the report, which was specifically with respect to, were there any themes you thought that might have emerged when you drilled down the details with respect to the questions he'd asked? I'll leave it there. I'm sure you know what those were.
So thank you through the chair. So I did pull, we do have the underlying data. And like I said earlier, that initial sample where there was that 46% fail rate, I can confirm that there was a mixture of vehicles that were both DARTs and subcontractors. However, we will need a little bit of time just to crunch that exact number and make sure we are being very accurate. So I'm happy to provide an email to all committee members subsequent to this meeting. So we just need a little bit of time to do that specific number crunching. I believe it was not in the original report. Also because it was a sample of, I believe, 39 vehicles. So some of the subcontractors may have had a smaller number included in that initial sample. So we can certainly provide that to committee members via email subsequent to this meeting.
Thank you. Please take the time to do that accurately. We appreciate your work. We had a lot of questions of staff during the presentation because it was technical, and so I'm assuming there aren't leftover questions for staff, but this would be a time for comments. I know several people want to make comments, and so I'll just take a breath, look for those who want to make comments on the report. Councillor Beattie? No one? Okay. Okay, great. I had some comments I wanted to make. Oh, did you want to make some, Councillor Taddison? Okay, Councillor Taddison. Then I'll go after Councillor Taddison if there's no other speakers.
I just want to address something that I heard as we went through. And basically, we're giving DARTs a month-to-month contract. So if we're evaluating DARTs, and this is to city staff, if we're evaluating DARTs on a month-to-month contract, and one of their major issues for service is regarding the need for manpower and recruitment, doesn't that basically present significant difficulties for them in trying to hire staff? Are we putting DARTs in a fair position?
Sorry, I was wrong. We are still on questions for staff, and I'm not sure who wants to answer that. Other Director Cousin Heath, Manager Martin, various other, GM Can. Take your pick. GM Can has presented the hand. GM Can, go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor. Part of our challenges historically, we have a contract that over the years have been modified, edited, changed, and we recognize the need to deliver this important service to our community. And we do everything possible within our realm to deliver that service. Not unlike, I guess, what I would call other contracted out services, and I'll pick waste management because I know that contract the best. We can rebuild a contract starting with what we have and then formalizing that and cleaning it up to some degree so that we do have a contract that we can administer. Part of that journey too is those that are bidding on it and those that wish to bid on it, it's very clear how their performance will be measured and what the levers are within that contract to ensure that we get the services that we are paying for and ensure that our public gets the services that they need. Currently, because it's such a large contract, and as everyone has noted on this call or this meeting, there's lots of work to do in terms of keeping the lights on while we rebuild the framework of the contract and move forward. And most importantly is, we need to continue to provide this service to those that need it, and we're very diligent at it. We need to do it in a safe and effective manner. And if I had the option of retooling the shop and shutting down for X period of time to do it, whatever time it takes, then I would execute on that. But the reality is we can't. I think as we start to map out and we start to measure, collect data, collect information, and also convey that to the service provider, they will start to understand, here are the requirements for. And, we just need to get through that phase. So it's a long answer. There's no magic in it. It's really putting out a contract and ensuring that our contractors and our citizens get the best value. But this is such a critical service that we are all invested in, and we want to make sure that we're very strategic in how we move forward and we make these changes for the better. And Maureen and myself are working with the team to do that.
Thanks. The city manager also wanted to respond, Councillor Taddison. So
I do.
Turn to the city manager quickly.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Through the chair. One of the things I would just like to add, so the issue of having a month-to-month contract versus a longer-term contract has been something that was looked at last term of council. There was some areas that we were yet to resolve to finalize that. And we brought a report in camera, so I'm not at liberty to say about what those couple areas are, and got some direction. It may be worthwhile with this new term of council and this additional information that we've had through this audit to have that report come back so the new council is fully aware of those issues that were discussed in camera. And I'm always conscious, might want to give different direction.
And if it's appropriate, before I come to you, Councillor Taddison, we can maybe just make sure that shows up on the next agenda as an in-camera item so we can have a discussion at AFNA. Is that appropriate? Is that an appropriate place for that? To the clerk?
Seeing nods from staff, we should have a motion to that effect, though.
Sure, I see. Anyone want to move that? Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Beattie. And we can turn to a vote on that subject of bringing that back to the next meeting. Is it on the vote on the thing we're talking about right now, Councillor Clark?
Yeah. So
go ahead.
To be clear, what are we bringing back?
We're bringing a report back from There was a report in the previous term of council where folks weighed in on specific in-camera items with respect to DART's contracts. We're going to, in light of the audit from the auditor, bring back that discussion to AFNA with that report from the previous term of council in conjunction with the auditor's report for a discussion as to whether or not council wants to make a different decision in this term than they made last term with the new information from the auditor. That's my understanding.
And so, to be clear, is this the status of the current contract with DARTS and how we're managing that? Or are we dealing with whatever the issue was back when it was in camera?
City Manager Smith?
Through the chair, let me see if I can provide more clarity. So it would have been probably a Public Works Committee that we brought a report in camera on the status of negotiations with DARTS on having a longer term contract versus the month to month, and shared the areas where, you know, we hadn't resolved. And I'm not sure, and I do not think, but I can go back and talk to staff. I think those areas are still outstanding. And this background context may be very helpful. So it's not really related to the latest audit report. It's more about the contract. And so I don't know if that should go to Public Works because that's where it would have been discussed. We need to go back and check and we can figure that out. But it truly is the status of the discussions with DARTS on having a longer term contract versus the month-to-month extensions.
The status of the contract and where we stand.
Okay, so if that's properly for Public Works and not properly for here, can we send like a note to Public Works being like, hey, or do we have to just wait till Public Works? Procedurally, I just don't know what to do.
So as I understand it, there are through you, Mr. Chair, from what General Manager Smith has City Manager Smith has just said, that there are still some outstanding items related to that report. So is it necessarily having to go back to Public Works anyway?
Through the chair, I think if you go back to General Manager Can's earlier comments, we started looking at where he mentioned that Public Works and the Transit Division is kind of stepping back and looking at the whole vision of how this service is provided. Especially, you know, in light of us looking at redesigning the entire transit network. So that is underway. As you were getting questions about this whole issue of the month to month and why are we month to month, that's where it gets awkward for us to answer that question because that was an in-camera discussion last term. So I think there's a couple of options. You can wait until General Can and the team look at that broader vision as they talked about and they're bringing something back. But in the short term, if council would like to have an understanding about why we're on a month to month, that would be bringing that in-camera report back so that the new council has that history and context.
And a status update. And so I guess the question at this point, thank you for that. The question at this point is, do we send a note to Public Works or do we wait till Public Works? This is a question for the clerk first, if you don't mind, Councillor Clark. I just want to make sure I understand what the procedural thing is here.
I think based on City Manager Smith's response, I think it was really up to committee whether they want to see that information here or just wait till it goes to Public Works.
Okay, we can wait till it goes to Public Works, and any councillor is welcome to come to Public Works to bring that motion there, and you're welcome to go if you're not on that committee already. I'm not sure if you are, Councillor Taddison, but you're welcome to come and ask a fellow committee member to put that motion forward, so I'll leave it to you there. In the interest of time, we're at 11, and we have a few more things to go through here. Are there more questions for staff at this point, Councillor Taddison? Yep, go ahead.
Following up on that then, General Manager Can, what do you vision your timeline is for this overall review of your vision? And so what's the timeline for your reset? Or is that privileged?
Now, so through the chair to the councillor, I would have to consult with staff in terms of the timeline. We are actually working on the contract, and I think with regards to bringing back to Public Works the current status of the contract and some of the challenges we're facing, I don't think there's anything confidential there. It was publicly done, and it's in the report, and we're more than happy to do that. In terms of strategies on how to manage the contract and where we go forward, and if we're exposed to any litigation at the time that we write the report and prepare the presentation, we will make that determination if there is an in-camera component. And at that point in time, we will discuss it. But I think we are, I know the team, they're working on the consultation for the entire network redesign, and that's going to be over the next 4 or 5 months. And part of that public consultation is also to talk about the services for ATU, the accessible transit. So we're going to capture all that information. Here's what we heard. This is what we did with the information, and this is how it impacted the design. And out of that, too, will come the necessity of how do we structure our contract going forward that will drive out the best value and the efficiency? Is it a one-to-many? Is it 2 or 3 to the city? Do we look at zones? Those are all the things that we want to answer, and we want to make sure that we have a fulsome response before just knee-jerking. I think it's really important that we, every time we come back to committee, be it AFNA or Public Works, that we bring back the high-level roadmap, kind of here's where we are in that journey. And as one, we don't lose the history of as we go through that journey, but 2, there's opportunities to tweak kind of as we go forward, should committee and council decide that they want us to go down a different path. I don't know if Director Cousin Heath has anything more to add to that, but I think in the fall would be the earliest we could really come back with a true assessment of what the ATU component of it will look like in the future. I also think it's really important that we continue to provide this service uninterrupted in a safe and efficient manner with the current contractor. But Director Cousin Heath, I see you turned your camera on, so I'll pass the mic to you.
Well, just before I put it on to Director Cousin Heath, does that answer your question, Councillor Tattison, or would you like a further explanation?
It's okay. I understand that. I'll just make this comment that it was probably 7 to 9 months ago when council first heard this, and now it's going to be 4 or 5 months later when it's going to be delivered. I think time management and, factoring that into what DARTS is going through in trying to deliver service is important. So let's have some projections going forward that could help deliver the best service for this marginalized group. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Tattison. I'm not seeing anybody else on the speakers list for comments. I'll be brief. I just want to say...
Sorry, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. We do still have a motion on the floor because Councillor Tattison's motion to bring that report back was duly moved and seconded. The question is whether Councillor Tattison...
Yeah, we should withdraw that. I think we don't have the authority to bring it back
Councillor Tattison has that with prerogative.
I understand.
To withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hoang, if you wouldn't mind taking the chair briefly. Thank you. I just want to say a few things about this audit. First of all, look how seriously we're taking this. We spent a lot of time talking about this issue. I think it's important to note, number one, how much interest there is for members of council to discuss audits, how much interest there is in the public who reached out after the audit to talk to Auditor Brown. Wow. So a few things about that. In my opinion, having attended ACPD, for example, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities a few times, and listened to delegations from them, what I continually hear from folks with disabilities in and outside that space is we're not being listened to, or we are in a certain kind of way. And so when we put this through the lens of an audit, it becomes really serious. And we saw in that chart, look, it was at 46 at the beginning. It's getting better. We heard from reports today that it's getting even better, that we're seeing improvements over time, and probably because the audit has shone a light on this. Meanwhile, people with disabilities have been shining a light on this issue for a very, very long time. And so for me, my comment to everyone and city staff and others is we need to find a way to really action the things that people are saying and believe them when they tell us that there's an issue. Because it's great that we're doing an audit here, but we were told everything from the audit already before the audit ever took place. Pretty much. I mean, sure, now we have some more technical explanations. We now know maybe what certain kinds of breaks were defunct, or there was an issue over here with this kind of a service or a technical thing. But anecdotal observations told us already these vehicles were in a bad state. So why didn't the service react and act, right? Take that feedback as seriously as we're taking this technical explanation. So I want to just draw that dissonance up and show and have that discussion saying, like, this feedback from advisory committees, this way of engaging advisory committees, this way of listening to the public and the community is as valuable as an audit. And until we line those up, I think we're going to continue to miss the mark and continue to over-rely on the audit office to be saying the same things. I also think we have to find a way to include folks' voices in these audits. I know that Auditor General Brown spoke to not doing that in the context of the report, and I think it's important to do that, especially when we receive a complaint from a member of the public. What we're hearing then is the public's concerned about this. Cool. Where's the public's voice in this audit report? So there's, in my experience, a reliance on a technical or sometimes bureaucratic explanation for things, and we put these in a little box. But then the anecdotal doesn't get treated in the same regard. So I think I've said what I wanted to say. I really think we have to, when we have an advisory committee that's tasked with making comments about a service, that when we have an audit come forward, we have to go to that advisory committee and have a discussion with those folks. Like, why are they there? If not to provide advice about the very issues that impact them and impact the community they represent. So let's build that in. I think that's really important. I'm not going to make a motion. This is just me saying, I think this is an opportunity for us to, in this specific situation, to do better. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor. I'd like to recognize Councillor Clark right now.
I agree with the chair's comments. I can tell you from experience, one of the challenges that constituents have experienced when they want to file a complaint is they're afraid of repercussions. Mm-hmm. And so in the darts situation, the passengers wanted to raise these concerns, but then said, don't raise them. I'm letting you know, but I don't want to lose my privilege, or I don't want to be treated differently. And so it was the decision of the council when they created the Auditor General, and we now are enabling confidential complaints. Now we're starting to see what's really going on. And so I think that's vitally important. And along that line, when people speak in these advisory committees, if they have the courage to speak in an advisory committee, as Councillor Cretch has indicated, staff and council should take those concerns seriously, and at the very least dig into it to see if there's something going on that we're not aware of. And that would mean speaking with the city manager and our senior team, but following up to make sure that they've looked into it. So I think we need to be cognizant that there has been, I guess, a paradigm shift in terms of how we handle complaints at the City of Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll throw the chair back to Councillor Cretch.
Chair Cott, thank you. Appreciate that. And now we're on to the motion itself to approve the recommendations in the report. It's been moved and seconded, and there'll be a vote up. Vote is up. Thanks. That vote carries 8-0. Now we're on to consent items. And so we'll receive the consent items together at the end. So can I have somebody move and second to put consent items 9.1 through 9.3 on the floor? I see Councillor Huang and Councillor Taddison as seconder to do that. We'll go through them one at a time, and I'll just ask if there's any questions on the item or any comments. 9.1 is fourth quarter emergency and non-competitive procurements report, FCS 22046. Seeing no speakers, I have some questions on this specific report. So I'll hand the chair to you, Councillor Huang. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
First question is really a basic question. I assume that and I think we have Manager Hesmer or Director Hesmer, one of the two, sorry, around at this point. It's Director Hesmer to answer these questions, I hope. In the type column in Appendix A, there are 3 types. Type 1 is EXTN, Type 2 is SGLE, and Type 3 is EMER. I'm assuming that means extension, single source, and emergency. Is that right?
Through the chair, Shelley Hesmer, Acting Director, Financial Services, Taxation and Corporate Controller. That is correct.
Thank you. So we have types of things that get extended, types of things that are single sources, and types of things that are emergencies. Helpful, thank you. 75% of them were single source. 16% were extensions, and 9% were emergencies based on the math I did, just counting and doing some simple division. And so I wondered if you could speak to, when I rank these things by price, also, like what will cost us the most money to what costs us the least money, what I see is that things that cost us the most money were usually things with respect to emergencies or extensions, and the majority of them had to do with Hamilton Water. So I wonder if you could just maybe expand on that trend or that theme, if you have any thoughts on it. Are there just more emergencies, more costly emergencies than Hamilton Water? Like, I'm just wondering why that tends to be the theme. The two most expensive things are both to do with Hamilton Water. The most expensive thing is to do with the Hamilton Water emergency.
So through the chair, and I'll invite GM Can to speak, just reflecting on the last number of years, some of the challenges surrounding supply chain and COVID had an impact in terms of A, the number of emergency procurements, and B, is the value of those emergency procurements. So that has been a factor in the last number of years, and I'm not sure if GM Can might have further insight in terms of some of the contributing factors.
Yep, through the chair, Nick Winters is also with me, Director Winters, so he will join in my response. At a very high level, what we're seeing here, Councillor, is, I should say Carl Alcan, General Manager of Public Works. What we're seeing here is what General Manager Zagirik alluded to. There's significant supply chain issues. We see the pricing of a commodity 3-4 times higher. The ability to get contracts through continue to be a bit of a challenge, and we're working with our friends in finance and also legal to get stuff through quicker, faster, and out on the street. We're also seeing vendors that are not bidding stuff. So with all those delays, sometimes to continue the service, we need to bridge certain things. So that's where you see these policies take place, and we sign off on that because we need to continue with the services, and we're basically gone past the expiry date of the existing contract. The other piece of it too, and you look at the wastewater treatment plant and the capital program that we have, you look at the Dundas treatment plant, we have spills, we have cross connections. These are all things that need to be addressed immediately. They're unplanned, partly because of the age of the infrastructure and partly because of the shift to, I guess, moving dollars over to operations. And that's why you're seeing through our asset management programming, through our core documents that we're starting to prioritize, we're looking at age, we're taking condition assessment. Part of the challenge is the data is so rich that we need to correlate the data and say, okay, is there significance, and do we use that in determining where we spend our money? One of the last ones I signed off was buried infrastructure, a pipe that you can't see, but it basically needed rehab and had to be redone. So those are the types we're seeing. Director Winters, I saw you up there for a second. If you would like to add to that through the chair.
Yeah, apologize, everyone. I'm on my mobile here. Just want to confirm you can hear me okay? Okay, so Nick Winters, Director of Hamilton Water. In response to your question, Councillor, I just want to acknowledge that in this report, the dollar values are somewhat unusual. We have an emergency procurement in there for $3.5 million, and it's related to a failure that occurred at one of our sludge digesters at the Woodward Wastewater Treatment Plant. And it's unusual for us to have emergencies in that quantum of an expense. For this specific situation, we did bring a report about this issue to Public Works Committee May the 16th of 2022 and outlined what occurred and the challenges there, as well as getting approval for access to reserves to fund what is a very expensive repair. So I just wanted to give some context. I don't know that you're typically going to see in a report like this that the dollar values for emergencies so heavily outweigh the dollar values for some of the other line items there.
Thanks, and through the chair, that really does help me because of the 64 items that are here, and the total is something like $7.6 million. Like half of that is for 2 items. That's why I asked, because it's a considerable amount of money for 2 items, and they were all kind of landing in water. So I want to know if there was something significant. So thanks for that answer. It answers my question. My only other question is respect to the report itself and the consistency with other reporting. We talked about this at another Public Works meeting, I think it was. I'm bringing it up here again. If I look to the next report, which is, one second, sorry, the next report, which is the non-compliance report, there's descriptions for the 4 or 5 non-compliance things in terms of like what this was at all. This report, though, is formatted entirely differently, and I wondered if there's a reason why we couldn't have descriptions for all these different things in terms of what it was for. Because I think would answer a lot of the questions I have anyway.
Looking at the, GM Zagaric?
Through the chair, I can start. With respect to agenda item 9.2, the practice of including comments was in response to a previous council direction. There was a previous council direction specific to this report to provide some additional context by including comments as it relates to each one of the items.
Councillor?
Great. Is there a reason why we wouldn't apply this to all of our reporting? I just don't understand that reason. Like, I guess I'm confused about why that seems like a good practice or a best practice or a better practice, right? Why wouldn't we be applying that to all similar types of reporting? Like, this is very similar in terms of the kind of thing we're talking about, right?
GM Zagaric?
So through the chair, we can take that request back to the program areas. I just want to point out that it is a fairly manual process as it relates to compiling all this information. Each general manager has the authority to sign off on emergency procurements and single source procurements, and that information lies within the program area. So we would have to coordinate with the program areas in compiling the information in order to include it in the reporting. So not suggesting any barriers, it would just require staff to take that potentially motion or direction away and look at a process in terms of how to provide similar content as it relates to some description of each one of the transactions into future reporting.
Thanks. I'm happy to move that. If there's a seconder for that, to have that kind of description.
Looks like Councillor Crutch is moving a motion, seconded by Councillor Mark Tattison. May I also add, is this something that we can look at like corporation-wide? Because I feel like there's a lot of times reports come to us in very different manners or formats.
I think I already have a motion somewhere in the bowels on that specific point with the Public Works report.
Okay.
But I suppose, sure, I don't want to make that motion right now because I'm not sure of the impacts of that. And that will require a report back from staff, I presume, in terms of them looking at the different kinds of reports and what kinds of reports they want to give descriptions on and not. So I'm just saying for this one, for the time being, simply because I think that if we're going to get these appendices to look at, they should be as clear as possible. So I'm just speaking to this one, I think, for the time being, but I see your point, and maybe that's a conversation to be having as part of our priority discussion about bigger picture items or somewhere else. I just don't want to bog this committee down in that right now.
Clerk, I know you wanted to say something. No? Okay. Councillor Tattison?
I just wanted to have a follow-up comment and question to GM Zagaric. in regards to when I look at budgets, whenever I see round numbers like 30,000, 50,000, 20,000, it's a red flag for me. Things rarely cost that. Can you explain or expand on those? Because to me, when I look at that, I see like a departmental surplus somewhere where we just gave them a general amount, they used whatever, and then they collect that. Is there not some way that we can, or could you please explain those numbers to me?
Pardon me, through you, Vice Chair Huang, we do have a motion on the floor before we go on to other discussions that has been moved and seconded, and I'm just preparing it for to be put up on the screen.
So, thank you, Councillor Clark. But does anybody would anybody like to speak to that motion? Currently, no. So, Councillor Tattison, maybe hold on to your question until later. So, Clerk Bates, do you have some clarity as to what the wording is going to look like?
Yes, I've got it right here. I just want to confirm that it is specifically for this report, which is currently 9.1 on the agenda. Is that correct? Okay.
9.1, or is it for all of the?
Yeah, these kind, like not specifically this report, but the kind of report it is, like whatever the title of the report is moving forward. Like as moving forward, the report called whatever comes back. So when it comes back again, it will also
like
have
the non-compliance procurement policy reports, the request for tenders and proposal reports, as well as the emergency and non-competitive procurement report. This grouping of reports. Okay.
Okay, I understand. I'm referencing 9.1 to 9.3 in this current one, but we'll massage that once for the minutes.
Okay. Is it all right if you can? Perfect. I'll call the vote then. And that carries 8-0. Councillor Crutch, do you have any additional comments that you would like to make? Because I think that the floor is still yours. Okay, so I will pass it back to you, but just to recall that Councillor Tattison had additional comments or questions.
So there's a speakers list here. So what I'll do, Councillor Tattison, is I'll come to you right after Councillor Clark. He was just before you, so Councillor Clark is next, then Councillor Tattison.
Thank you, Chair. So can I ask through you to GM Can what that $3.24 million was for? I thought I heard him say a digester.
Through the chair, I will defer that question to Nick Winters. It was for emergency repair of the digester, but Nick can elaborate and tell you more details.
Yeah, certainly through the chair to the councillor. Hopefully you can hear me okay. In February of 2022, we had a emergency failure of one of our solids digesters down at the wastewater treatment plant, the Woodward plant. And the roof actually ruptured due to pressure building up in the tank. Certainly our solids process at the wastewater treatment plant is a critical part of maintaining that facility. So we did bring a report, as I mentioned, to Public Works Committee on May 16th of last year to outline that failure and what was needed in this case to bring that digester back into a functional state. That work has been completed. It involved structural assessments. It involved an engineering design, as well as actually completing the rehabilitation and repair work. So really, this is something that in a normal capacity would have been a long-term plan to design and initiate this capital project. In this case, we had to do it very quickly due to the criticality of that piece of infrastructure. And that's what that was. The $3.2 million there was for the actual construction component of that contract. There's another line item on here on Appendix A for SEMA Engineering. They did the design and contract administration and construction inspection as part of that work as well.
And to follow up, so this digester had nothing to do with the outsourced plant in the back where they're drying the residual?
So through the chair to the councillor's question, Synagro, who is our biosolids facility operator, they do not operate this digester. City staff does. It is linked. I mean, it feeds digested sludge into that contracted process, but it is city staff who operates that piece of infrastructure.
But to be clear, that piece of infrastructure is not a part of the process for that outsourced plant.
Through the chair, yes, that's accurate, Councillor.
Thank you. And can I ask a follow-up, since it's Hamilton Water and we have Nick on the line and he's always most accessible. Between SEMA and the Maple Reinders construction, it shows $685,000 for SNF Canada Limited. What was that about?
So through the chair to the councillor, that was a contract extension for a sludge dewatering polymer, also at Woodward. And in this case, we had a contract expire. We did go through a procurement to get a new vendor for that polymer. We awarded the contract to that new vendor and found once we were using their product in the plant that they weren't able to meet our specifications with that product. So we did have to rescind that award. And then in order to give us time to issue a new procurement, we extended the previous contract for supply of that material. An unusual situation, but again, we can't shut down the plant while we deal with some of these procurement issues.
Did we recover the money that we spent on the procurement that didn't meet our needs?
So through you, councillor, that's an interesting question. Or sorry, through the chair to the councillor, that's an interesting question. I don't believe that we recovered any costs associated with it, but I'd have to link in with our colleagues in procurement and speak to my team about the specifics of that situation.
Can we ask staff, Chair, to delve into that matter further? It's a bit of a concern if we've issued a contract based on a procurement process and then we find out that what they said they were going to provide, they couldn't provide, but we paid them. So it would be helpful if we could understand exactly what happened in that contract.
I think it's in order for you to put a motion forward if you'd like a report back from staff at the next meeting, or staff could try and answer that right now if they have that information in their brains. Go for it.
Through the chair, I'll invite Manager Ayako maybe to provide some additional context in terms of this particular procurement.
Through the chair, Tina Ayako, Manager of Procurement. This particular RFP invited proposals from proponents providing the particular polymer. The RFP required that the proponents submitted the product in order for Hamilton Water to do the bench test, and through that bench test, then it would be determined whether the product was acceptable for use or not. The first preferred proponent went through the bench test exercise. We found some deficiencies not only with the product, but with the product of how it was packaged, and therefore that proponent was essentially rejected because it didn't comply with our specifications. At that point in time, we went on to the second preferred proponent, did the bench test, and I believe it was successful, and that's why we're at a point of awarding the contract.
So to be clear, in these bench tests, there's no exchange of money from the city to the proponent who's in the bidding process? The bench test is a part of the bidding process, and if it fails, then they don't qualify.
Through the chair, that is correct. The RFP never contemplates going back to any unsuccessful proponent for any costs.
Thank you. And then the last question is, I've often wondered, so we have a lot of these things which are emergency. What's the process? So if I decide as a manager I need assistance with a particular item, does that company, does that manager look for 3 different prices from 3 different organizations to find out which is the better, or do they just pick an organization and that's where the money goes?
Through the chair. In an emergency situation, the procedure is that the situation is brought to the applicable GM. The GM has authority to enact emergency procurement. At that point in time, staff has the ability to address the emergency to any dollar value. If the resulting cost to mitigate and take care of the emergency is over $250,000, then staff is required to bring back an information report to council. If it's under $250,000, then it gets reported through the quarterly reports as usual. But there's no requirement for 3 quotes. It's best practice, but in some instances, we do not have the time to facilitate the 3 quote process.
I think that might explain why a number of these contracts are just under $250,000. Okay, thank you for that information.
Recognizing Councillor Tattison and your previous question about the dollar amounts, if staff wouldn't mind just responding to that question now as a start. And just to clarify for those listening in, Councillor Tattison's question was just about explanations for why some of the dollar amounts were even numbers ending in zeros. Go ahead, city staff.
So through the chair, without looking into each one of the instances on the report where there's a round dollar value, but in generality, I can provide some information. So usually, if there is money that has, if a client department has run out of money on a particular PO and we are no longer in a contract situation, they're required to proceed, or they may proceed rather, with a policy 11 single source. In that respect, and particularly when it comes to an operating contract, they put on a certain dollar value on a PO and then draw down from that when they procure goods and services. So they could issue a PO for, let's say, $20,000, and then they, at one point, in times when they procure those goods and services, any invoices will be applied to that PO and draw down against it. So it's basically a lump of money that is put on a PO in the event that we need services to be procured. Where you see definitive dollar values, typically that is where we've gotten some information and confirmed that there has been negotiations between the vendor and there has been a particular dollar value assigned to that good or service, and that's the number that we report. So basically, what the numbers that are reporting in the quarterly report are the values that have been affixed to a purchase order.
And through the chair, if I can just maybe expand a bit, is with respect to single sources, is the program area are not allowed to engage directly with a vendor and negotiate. Otherwise, that triggers a policy 19 non-compliant. So again, staff make an estimate as to what the engagement will cost, and then subject to the general manager with input from procurement supporting a policy 11, then staff engage with a vendor. So again, why they are general terms, not specific terms, is staff are precluded from engaging with a vendor in advance of getting the approval for a policy 11.
Councillor Tattison?
So would there be a time, say, when it's a $50,000 fee up here, that staff would only use $35,000 and $850, and then would that surplus stay with your department?
So through the chair, if a PO was issued for $50,000 and there was only $20,000 used on the PO, when a new contract was struck, that PO would be closed. Any unexpended funds would go back into that applicable client department's budget, and then a new PO under the new contract would be struck.
Thank you for that information. That helps me.
Not seeing any other speakers on our list on 9.1, so we'll move on to 9.2. Anybody have any questions about 9.2? That's the 2022 fourth quarter non-compliance with the procurement policy report. I've seen it there. Okay, not seeing any. 9.3, which is the 2022 fourth quarter request for tenders and proposals report. Questions on 9.3? Not seeing any. So we'll now vote to receive consent items 9.1 through 9.3, which has already been duly moved and seconded. Please indicate your vote now. And the vote is up. And that vote carries. We're now into discussion items, item 10. And the first discussion item is 10.1, Indigenous Advisory Committee Citizen Committee Report, respecting revised terms of reference for the Indigenous Advisory Committee, Report IAC 23001. May I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. Are there any questions on the report? I recognize Councillor Huang.
What were the changes to this terms of reference through you, Chair?
Thank you. I'm not sure which member of staff can answer that, but...
We have Beth Dockstader, who has just turned on her camera there. She's the staff liaison to the committee.
Go ahead.
Hi, Scannell. Hello. My name is Beth Dockstader, Project Manager of Indigenous Initiatives. I am also the staff liaison for the Indigenous Advisory Committee through the chair. The changes that were made to the terms of reference were the composition of the group at this time.
Perfect. No more questions then.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing anybody else on the speakers list. Thank you so much, Beth. And we will now go to the approval of the recommendations in the report. That vote is up. And that vote carries. Now on to item 10.2. 10.2 is the Private Water Service Line Leak Wastewater Bill Adjustment Policy, FCS 23030. May I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? I see a movement by Councillor Huang and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Are there any questions for staff on this report? Are there any comments on the report? Councillor Huang.
Thank you to, Mr. John Savoya for actually putting this all together, and I'm thankful that there's been some conversation and talk about delegated authority, because at this point I don't have any type of expertise in determining wastewater or leakage, so I appreciate Mr. Savoya with all of his expertise contributing to this report.
Thank you so much, Councillor Huang. I'm not seeing further comments on the report, so we will go to the approving the recommendations in the report, and a motion shall appear shortly. It's there now. It carried. On to 10.3, which is the HMRF-HWRF Pension Administration Subcommittee Report, 23001 from March 30th, 2023. May I have a mover and seconder to put it on the floor? I see Councillor Alex Wilson will move it to put it on the floor. Councillor Beattie will second it. Are there any questions on the staff on this report? Are there any additional comments on the report? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote to approve the recommendations in the report and receive the information items. It's up. Please vote. And that motion's carried. And we're on to item 10.4, which is the Governance Review Subcommittee Report 23001 from March 27th, 2023. And 10.4A, the revised Appendix C to report FCS 23034. May I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Are there any questions for staff on the report? Any comments on the report? I have one comment, just wanted to let people know with respect to the Governance Review Subcommittee, this is where we started talking about that motion to restructure the Public Health Committee, and that's going to be coming forward at Council. I've already sent out, talked to some other members of Council, talked to folks at ACPD. I'll be going to ACPD on April 11th to further review this draft, and then a final draft will be coming to Council on April 12th. So I just wanted to let people know that's what's happening right now, is it's going to be coming there. It'll be on the agenda for Council so everyone can see it in advance of the meeting. If anyone wants to look at the draft I have now, just send me an email. Otherwise, just letting you know the process is moving along and it's going, I think, very well. I think everyone's on the same page, which is nice. That's all. Any other comments? Okay, we'll now vote to approve the recommendations in the report and receive the information items. And that vote is up. A surprising outcome, 8-0. We're now on to 10.5, which is the Grant Subcommittee Report 23001 for approval. May I have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Beattie. I have an amendment to item 2 of the Grant Subcommittee Report, so I'll now ask Councillor Huang to take the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Please introduce your amendment respecting item 2 of the Grants Subcommittee Report 23-001, respecting funding recommendations for the one-time enhancement grant.
I'd love to do that. Sadly, I need a second to get it up here. I did know this moment was coming, so no excuse. Exactly. I'm just getting it up here, sorry.
But I hear that Elsie Bates has it, so that you
yeah,
can put
maybe you have it. I don't have it.
I do have it. I'm just going to open the vote, so please don't vote. That's where I have it, and it's easiest to see this.
Okay.
Can you put it here? Oh.
Yeah, so in general, what the vote is, it's up there, that any funds allocated and distributed through the one-time enhancement grant relief program be exempt on a one-time basis and not be counted toward any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including the City Enrichment Fund. Example, the city's 30% formula. So we had a discussion at the grant subcommittee. For those who aren't following, a one-time enhancement grant came forward for $500,000, and it was primarily for folks who were impacted by COVID-19, other kinds of impacts for organizations, and it was kind of like an emergency relief grant. That grant was applied for by individual organizations and was allocated to them, but because it was on an emergency basis and for items related to COVID-19, I didn't think it should count against their regular programming budget they would get from the city, which is the 30% formula. So I'm moving this motion to say, hey, that was a one-time thing. Let's not penalize people from receiving funding by accepting that one-time relief. So that's what this is meant to do.
Okay.
And just confirming that it is adding, through you, Madam Vice Chair, adding this subsection C to the existing recommendations in the report.
Indeed, yep. I think my seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson.
Okay. So are there any other questions on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll now call to vote on this amendment.
So now you can vote on it.
Okay, and so now on the whole, carried 8-0, thank you. And now on item 2 of the grants subcommittee report as amended, may I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Kretsch as a mover and seconded by Councillor Taddison. Sorry, are there any questions on the item as amended? No, seeing none. Now called vote. Thank you. And that carries 8-0. I will pass the chair back to Councillor Kretsch.
And now we're back to the balance of the grant subcommittee report. And so we already have a mover and seconder to put it on the floor at this point. Unless there's any questions, I'll check for any questions on the balance of the report or any comments. Okay, then we will have the vote on the balance of the grant subcommittee report. That vote has now appeared.
Sorry, Chair Crutch, who was the mover and seconder for the balance of the report?
Great question. Was the original mover and seconder to put the report on the floor?
Yes, sorry, Councillors Spatafora and Beattie.
Yes, thank you. And that vote is carried. And we are now on to motions on item 11, and I will now again ask Councillor Huang to take the chair.
I am happy to, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Crutch, please introduce your motion respecting fair wage policy review.
Thank you. I will, and this was with the assistance of city staff and some others with respect to having a review of the city's fair wage policy. And I won't read up the whole thing here. You've got this, it's been on the agenda and duly there, but I will say that I will read out that therefore be it resolved. The idea is that Human Resources and Finance and Corporate Services staff be directed to engage in a review of the fair wage policy and any related schedules through stakeholder meetings for report back to the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee by the end of Q3 2023. Checked with staff, this was a timeline that they thought was acceptable, that they could do it. And there's a list of all the stakeholder groups that are going to be part of that discussion that I've asked there be 2 stakeholder meetings, invitations, to all stakeholders to attend each, and that if members of council want to attend, they can. The reason why I'm asking for this is I think that I've heard a lot of feedback in the construction community generally about this specific policy. And what it does is it sets a kind of floor for the lowest amount we pay for construction. I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but for some of the fair wages we pay for construction. A couple things high level that are needing to be thought about. Right now, we don't pay the 2023 rate. We pay a rate from yesteryear. And so that's one thing. There are some comments and suggestions about limits on investigations that can happen here and dollar thresholds. But generally speaking, when I read this as a former union leader, what I look at it, the way I perceive it is, it seems like a quasi-collective agreement. And so I think it's worthwhile having a discussion, to sit down with parties to be there to sort of like talk about this openly and about how this process can be managed going forward, because what I'm hearing from the construction industry is that this is not necessarily negotiated in that kind of way, although it has deep impacts on the people who are doing the construction themselves, and so there should be more of an open discussion, open dialogue. So that's what this is about. It's just getting that conversation to happen, and then recommendations from that conversation will come back here. Somewhat similar to the new encampment protocol with that kind of stakeholder process, just making sure we're engaging with those stakeholders and bringing a report back up with their feedback. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for introducing your motion and your comments, Councillor Crutch. It's seconded by Councillor Taddison. All right. Are there any other questions to this motion then? Councillor Clark.
So I'd like to hear from Human Resources in terms of where we currently stand with fair wage policy. And is this protocol something that you're comfortable with before I cast my vote?
Executive Director Fontana.
So through the chair, Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. We're planning on bringing back the policy as soon as possible once this exercise is completed. With COVID, we've been a bit delayed. It should have been updated, I believe, last year. We are going to update the rates. We collaborate with corporate services, corporate and finance services, and specifically procurement. Generally, we have had meetings with all of the stakeholders in the past. I suspect that COVID has had an adverse effect on our ability to meet with them in these last 3 years. We're going to get back on track, obviously, and it's also going to give us an opportunity to update our fair wages in consultation with these organizations. So the plan is to meet with the stakeholders in the next few months, and then bring, obviously, in accordance with this motion, bring back recommendations for updates to the policy in Q3.
Thank you, Edie. Councillor?
Thank you. Item C, I have concerns about. We're injecting council into something where we usually do not participate. The report comes to us, delegates come and speak to council, but it creates an unusual dynamic in the room when elected officials are in the room. And so I'm trying to understand the rationale as to why item C would be here, because we certainly don't allow members of council to be in the room when we're doing collective bargaining.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm also noting that there are two Bs. So I think the item C that you're referring to should be amended to say it's item D. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that.
That is correct. Through you, Madam Vice Chair, I do have that corrected for the minutes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you.
So then item D.
Yes.
Comments from Laura Fontana?
Okay.
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for raising that. I did have also concerns when I read revised item D. As you note, members of council don't participate in the collective bargaining process. It does have a conflicting effect. Council is who sets the mandate. And it's very difficult to have those individuals in a room when we're trying to negotiate, in this case, wages, because the decision makers oftentimes are not necessarily there to potentially influence the process. It is preferable that we conduct these meetings exclusive of council, and then bring back the recommendations for their, hopefully for their support and approval. But I do think there is a different tone to the meeting if there's members of council participating in those discussions. I think they are better served if staff can have those conversations with the individuals, the stakeholders, without that additional influence in the room.
So at the appropriate time, I'd like to have D separated out. I cannot support D. It creates an unfair dynamic for our staff to deal with when they're in negotiations and discussions with these parties. I get that it is not exactly a collective agreement, but it is a collective agreement process. We're setting the fair wage that we expect to be upheld across the city with all industries during a set period of time. And so I feel very uncomfortable with C, and I'd encourage my colleagues not to vote for, or sorry, D now.
Yes.
Keep getting confused. In D, let's have faith in our staff that they're going to do the proper thing. We've never had complaints in the past about the process for fair wage, setting the fair wage policy. And I'd rather leave it with them, and they can report back to council, and then we can make the decision on the final policy. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I've made a note to, at the appropriate time when we're ready to vote, to separate out D. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Kretsch.
Yeah, a couple points of clarification to respond to what Councillor Clark said. Yeah, it's not a collective agreement. These stakeholder meetings are not meant for the negotiations to take place, and they're meant to get feedback. And I specifically said in my motion that members of City Council be permitted to attend as guests to hear stakeholder feedback directly, not to participate in the discussion, not to make it weird, but I'd like to be able to actually hear from stakeholders without having to set up a separate meeting, myself, 2 meetings, with all these folks to hear their feedback. Like if they're going to be giving their feedback to staff during these discussions, it'd be helpful for me to sit and actually listen to it. Seems like a waste of time for me to go organize more meetings instead of just sitting there and listening to this feedback in the first place. That's the reason why I want to do it. It has nothing to do with having faith in staff. This has to do with me wanting to sit and listen to hear from stakeholders directly and not ask them to be, again, wasting their time to set up extra meetings with me to have that conversation. So that's what it's coming from. That's what it's about. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment, Councillor. Any other comments, questions about this? Seeing none, I will now call to vote, but we will be voting on the A, B, and renewed C, and then we will be separating out D. Is that correct, Elsie Bates?
We will vote on the separated D first, I believe.
Oh, okay. So let's call to vote for that. On just on D. D, the new D.
Councillors, there we go.
Okay. That carried 5-3. Moving on to A, B, and C of this motion. Thank you. Vote is up. Okay. So question before we approve the vote, or?
Going to cancel that vote.
Okay. Sorry. Councillor Clark.
So can I understand from the Executive Director for Human Resources, were these meetings happening or going to happen anyways? Were you already in that process?
Edie Fontana.
So through the chair, it is part of the process. We had not yet scheduled the meetings, as I understand it, for this year, but they do happen regularly in accordance with the policy. I don't believe they've been scheduled yet for this year.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
So that I'm struggling to understand why the motion is here, if it's a part of the process that's going to happen.
Perhaps, is that a question to?
I would assume it's the mover.
Okay. To the mover, Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. Yeah. So this was to bring a broad group of folks together to talk about the fair wage policy. This is not to do the work of staff. This is separate from that. They have their own processes for how they want to negotiate those. This is to have a broader discussion about it, because a lot of people I've heard in the construction industry broadly from individuals that there's concerns about this. And so I thought, okay, maybe there's an opportunity here to have a broader discussion with stakeholders about this. It's not about negotiating the policy. That's the word negotiation is nowhere in there. This is about stakeholder engagement and having a broad group. I don't know that staff talk to all these people in the broad group. My sense is there's a select group of people they talk to in the past. I don't think every single person on this list has been part of the stakeholder engagement before. It's very broad. So that's the purpose behind this. And I brought it forward to staff, and they seem to think it was fine. So if they want to use this as a jumpstart to their operational process, it's up to them. But that's not my intention.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
So I'm trying to understand, and I guess I'd like to ask.
Go ahead.
The Executive Director, if this process is already going to happen, what's the point of this motion?
Staff are conferring right now.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll perhaps Tina Ioka will also speak to the matter. I understand the stakeholders, and I apologize, I forgot my glasses in the office. The stakeholders in item B are probably more comprehensive than we have met in the past, but we do reach out to all of the stakeholders in the community that would have or would be impacted by the fair wage policy. The fact that it's in this motion and identified in item B, they may or may not show up. We will certainly reach out to them, but it's always good to have a more broad or comprehensive list of the stakeholders within our communities. It doesn't necessarily change our policy or our process. We will reach out to a greater number of stakeholders, but the process itself, in terms of having these conversations in accordance with our fair wage policy, does not change because of this motion.
Manager Ayako.
So through the chair, the fair wage policy indicates that an ad hoc fair wage committee be struck, and there are members listed in the policy, and those members are listed in section B of the motion. I believe there may be 2, possibly 3 off the top of my head, additional associations in section B, and we have no problems with inviting them for their comment. The only other difference from the motion to what is normally happens under our procedure and the policy itself is the requirement for 2 stakeholder meetings. We would have 1 meeting with all the individuals. If necessary, we would have a second meeting to bring to them any further information for their comments, but usually it's 1 meeting with all the members, at least an initial meeting. to discuss any changes or recommendations for the fair wage policy, and then we would move forward with the revision to the policy and bring it back to AFNA and Council.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor?
So the difference between what we usually do is 2 stakeholder meetings. And there were a couple of other groups that were included that historically had not been included, but that you reach out to.
For confirmation, Manager, is that correct?
So through the chair, I may have miscommunicated to my message. We only have 1 stakeholder meeting, usually. If we require a second one, we'll have a second one. We're not mandated to, but we'll do our best to bring back the group if they so choose. And usually city council members are not, we're not specifically invited to those meetings.
Well, that was already ignored, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Chair. To Manager Tina, just so I understand, it's just 1 meeting, but if staff deem there's matters that haven't been concluded or warrant further discussion, then that's when you would trigger a second meeting. Just want to make sure I understand the process. Thank you.
So through the chair, that's correct. If there's a second meeting that is necessary to go over any revisions, we can certainly have another meeting. There's no requirement to have 1 or 2, or not 1, but 2 or more, whichever is necessary, even a third if we need to. So there's nothing binding us in that respect.
That's helpful. And this is a matter that I don't have any knowledge of, so forgive me, but is it in order for me to ask which groups are not typically active on this discussion or not?
I can read them out for you if you like. Okay, so the following stakeholder groups be consulted: Christian Labour Association Canada, Electrical Construction Association Hamilton, Hamilton Brantford Ontario Building and Construction Trades Council, Golden Horseshoe General Contractors Association, Greater Hamilton and Niagara Construction Association, Hamilton Halton Construction Association, Mechanical Contractors Association of Hamilton Niagara, Laborers International Union of North America, Merit Open Shop Contributors Association of Ontario.
Through the chair, sorry, if I can ask the councillor for clarification, is the question, what are the amendments to the stakeholder group, or in the past, which associations have chosen not to participate?
Again, I'm not familiar with it through the acting chair. I thought I heard staff state that those groups that are listed in B have not, there are some, I thought I heard 3, but I could be mistaken, have not been part of the stakeholder group in the past. And I just don't know, is it an open invitation and then you show up if you so desire, or is it a set stakeholder group? Why would some have been excluded, or is that just because of their choice? I don't know. Thank you.
So through the chair, the list of the ad hoc Fair Wage Committee members is listed in the policy. And it does not currently include the Electrical Construction Association, the Golden Horseshoe General Contractors Association, the Greater Hamilton Niagara, and the Hamilton Halton Construction Association, and the Mechanical. However, it does currently include the Hamilton and District Heavy Construction Association, or they go by hand in town. But further to that, there have been other members that have attended our ad hoc meeting that have requested to attend the meeting, and we have certainly extended the invitation to them. So it's not a closed door meeting in any way. There's not any limitation to the participants. If a particular trade association wants to participate, we have always extended the invitation to them.
Councillor?
Thank you again, showing my ignorance. So how would they know knowledge of it if they wanted to attend? Is this
So through the chair, they could have heard from other members or associations that that we're going to have a meeting. From time to time, they will even reach out to us to ask that in the next time we have a meeting, if they could be invited.
Okay.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor?
Thank you. So in summary, I think what I've heard is that this would constitute a change. Would it constitute a change in policy? Because we are setting out a schedule and setting out those members, but we're ensuring that we're not excluding by identifying members, that this wouldn't cause an exclusion just because certain groups have not been identified. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. Thank you, through the chair.
Just want to confirm with ED Fontana and Manager Ayako that that was clear to you?
So through the chair, the motion as it's presented does change the fair wage policy in that number one, there's a requirement for 2 meetings. Number 2, there's an addition to the formal list of ad hoc fair wage committee members. And 3, that council be invited to the meetings.
Okay. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. So those groups, if I may, that are added and new to this, to your knowledge, have they expressed a want to participate in the past?
Manager?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, not that I can remember. I was in a meeting earlier this week with I believe a gentleman from the Greater Hamilton and Niagara Construction Association, and I had brought up this motion that it was coming to AFNA this week, and he had no knowledge of it. But that's just, he's one individual in that office.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor, just one more question, or?
No, thank you.
Okay. I recognize second-time speaker, Councillor Clark.
So the current policy, wouldn't it be more prudent for us to review the current policy before we start directing changes to the policy, of which we don't know what the policy is?
Councillor Ayako? Or?
Through the chair, the fair wage policy is currently on the City of Hamilton's public website. It is open for everyone to view. If committee and council wishes staff to bring back and propose any changes to the policy, we could do that ahead of the meeting, or we can do that as our usual protocols after we've met. So it's up to the will of committee and council.
So after you meet with these groups, which you would meet with regardless, you then come back to council saying, here's what our recommendations are with the change to the fair wage policy.
Manager?
Through the chair, yes. Any changes to the policy would be presented to AFNA and committee. And in addition, the revised schedule to the policy, which includes all of the updates and the rates. And I can also tell you that we will be considering through one of the significant changes in the fair wage policy to come about is the inclusion of the carpentry trade. Because previously carpentry was covered under the Carpenters Union and our obligation under their our agreement with to be bound from them. But they are, the carpentry trade is not included in the fair wage currently, so we will be including that in the policy. So that is one change that will come to AFNA.
Councillor?
So Chair, when I'm reading the policy or the resolution that is before us, both A and B, our staff are going to be doing that anyways. It's going to be a very long term if we start directing staff to do what they normally do and then put it in a resolution so that we have a resolution to present. Again, if we wanted to ask questions about the existing policy, well and fine. But to direct them to do what they were going to do anyways, perhaps except a couple of the organizations who historically have not participated, and not indicated that they want to participate, to add another stakeholder meeting without even discussing it with the stakeholders. I mean, our staff discussing it with the stakeholders. And I've already spoken to the last item. It's completely inappropriate for members of council to be participating in this type of meeting that results in a recommendation to council about the fair wage policy. It has always been a negotiation and discussion between the parties and our labor staff, with a recommendation coming forward at a later date. So I don't know what are we, why is it here? You could simply ask a question. When will you be doing this? Who will you be meeting with? I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I recognize Councillor Taddison.
As a first-time speaker.
As a first-time speaker, sorry.
Thank you. Could you just enlighten me, in past dealings with the fair wage policy, have both union and private contractors been invited?
To Manager Ioko.
Through the chair, so the trade associations, the unions, Leona has come, CLAC has been invited, Merit, who is an open shop, has been invited. So that's both unionized and non-unionized contractors.
Councillor?
Thank you for that information. I just wanted both union and private contractors to be recognized in that next fair policy review, because I think they both bring very good points of view to that discussion, and hopefully they can work that out at the table with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I recognize third-time speaker, Councillor Cretch.
I just want to try and maybe outline this process again. I'll try this one more time. Some people from some of these groups, obviously, not every single one of them, from every single group, I've had conversations with, have said, hey, it'd be great to have the stakeholder meetings. There's nothing different about this and the encampment response. Literally nothing. We're all supportive of the encampment response discussion happening. That's something that staff are already engaged in doing. We said, let's have 2 stakeholder meetings, because it was a different kind of forum to have a different kind of discussion. I personally don't care what the policy is, because that's not what this is about. This is not about the policy. The staff have their job to do in negotiating something. This is not a negotiation. This is not for councillors to participate in the discussion. This is trying to have a different kind of engagement around this issue from a slightly broader group of people to have a meeting. As a member of council, I'm just like, hey, I'm hearing from people who are constituents in the city. They want to have a certain kind of meeting. Seem good. How should we arrange that? People were like, well, you know what you should do, councillor? You should put a motion together where you outline exactly who's going to be part of the meeting so that everyone knows what's going on and staff are prepared for the meeting. You don't just like try and arrange some meeting off the side of your desk with a bunch of people, which, by the way, I could very well have just done. So in trying to be transparent and come here, I feel like personally I'm getting grilled over a meeting. It's a meeting. I'm asking if we could get together for a meeting. And now it's like, oh, you're changing the policy. I'm not saying anything about changing the policy here. There's not a single thing in the motion that says changing the policy. I'm reading my motion. It says nothing about it, Councillor Clark. So there's nothing about changing the policy. If it's interpreted that way, here to clear it up. This is just about having a couple of meetings with stakeholders. Again, identical to the motion I put forward about the encampment response. If there is some other process that they want to do to negotiate the fair wage policy, let them negotiate the fair wage policy. Great, no problem. Negotiate it. I'm not asking for negotiation. I find this to be strange, that it's such a big deal to have a meeting. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote now. And that is carried 7-1. All right, and let's give the chair back to Councillor Cretch.
Thanks. I think we're at Item 13, general information and other business, amendments to the outstanding business list. And there's items to be considered complete and to be removed. There's item A, which is the use of external services for tax assessment and appeals, because that was addressed as item 10.1 on the March 23rd, 2023 agenda. And item B, which is delegated authority to staff relating to water service line leaks, which is addressed as item 10.2 on today's agenda. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the amendments to the outstanding business list on the floor? Alex Wilson, Mike Spatafora is seconder. Any discussion on these particular amendments? Don't seem to be on the speakers list. I'll now call the vote to approve the amendments to the outstanding business list. The vote is up. Great, that motion carries. Are there any other items of general information or other business? I don't see any, so we're moving on to private and confidential item 14. First, before we consider going into a confidential or closed session, we're going to approve the closed session minutes from our last meeting. Can I have a mover and seconder to approve the closed session minutes of March 23rd? Councillor Taddison, Councillor Spatafora, please indicate your vote now. And that motion carries. May I have a mover and seconder to move into closed session respecting item 14.2 pursuant to section 9.3. I see mover and seconder, Councillor Spatafora, and seconded by Councillor Huang. I'll finish reading this though. Respecting to item, we'll vote first, I guess. It's fine. I can read it out. After, or do I read it out now?
Read it out first, please.
Okay. Respecting item 14.2, pursuant to section 9.3 subsection B of the city's procedural bylaw 21-0221 as amended, and section 239 sub 2 subsection B of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees. Please indicate your vote now. As that motion is being processed, it's carried. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of the committee rejoin the meeting. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public an immediate time to return. A reminder to all members of the committee to please ensure you move into closed session portion of eScribe. Before we move into closed session, I'd ask all members of the public to please exit council chambers and the WebEx meeting now. And any staff that are not directly related to item 14.2 are also asked to leave the WebEx meeting. And we'll wait for the clerk to determine when that has occurred, and then we will go into the session. We're now back live in open session, and we will wait up to 5 minutes for the public they need to rejoin the meeting, but up to 5 minutes, unfortunately, I'm going to exercise the right-of-way clause there because there's a Public Works Committee meeting coming up at 1:30. So to that point, 14.2 is the committee report referral FCS 23051. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the report, and the report remain confidential, please. So moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Mark Taddison. Please indicate your vote shortly. The vote is now up. That motion is carried, and we now have a motion to adjourn the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee, in case anyone's confused. Moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Got there just microseconds after, unfortunately. Please indicate your vote now on the motion to adjourn. That motion is carried, and so ends today's meeting. See you again in 2 weeks for another installment of the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee, and have a lovely day.